might need to move around.
I was going to say, I'm going to evacuate as soon as you can. I'll get out of the way.
Is that everybody? We don't have any more we can bring in? All right. Thank you very much. We have Holly May signing again. Larissa Martin is here with us. Chaplain Davis.
Psalm 37, verse 23 and 24. The Lord directs the steps of the godly. He delights in every detail of their lives. Though they stumble, they will never fall, for the Lord holds them by the hand. Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we know that you are with us in both the calm and the storm. Even when the disciples began to fear, Jesus showed he was Lord over the waters. We ask that you would calm the wind and the waters of the approaching hurricane and spare those in the path from harm. Open our hearts in love and generosity to all who need help in the coming days. In all things and at all times, help us to remember that even when life seems dark and stormy, you are in the boat with us, guiding us to safety. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, John Quagliarella, National Weather Service.
Thank you, Governor. John Quagliarella, National Weather Service. Hurricane Ian's landfall is imminent along the northern Charleston County coast. As of the Hurricane Center's 11 a.m. advisory, Ian was a Category 1 hurricane with 85-mile-an-hour winds, and we should be getting an update on its position here within the next hour or so. The impacts of Hurricane Ian are already ongoing across the state. Peak wind gusts as of noon have reached 83 miles an hour at Fort Sumter, 73 miles an hour at Folly Beach, 68 miles an hour at Murrells Inlet, 58 miles an hour at the Charleston Airport, 55 miles an hour at Georgetown, and 53 miles an hour at North Myrtle Beach. The strongest winds will occur into this evening across the northern Charleston Tri-County area, up through the Grand Strand and PD, with areas along the coast near where Ian makes landfall potentially seeing wind gusts up to 80 to 90 miles an hour, and 50 to 70 miles an hour farther inland along the track. Tropical storm force winds will extend west through the Midlands. These winds have already downed numerous trees and power lines across parts of the state, and these reports should become more widespread as Ian shifts inland and the destructive winds develop. Storm surge flooding is already ongoing as well across much of the South Carolina coast, with reports of inundation in many coastal communities, especially along the central and northern portions of the coast. Peak surge values of 4 to 7 feet of inundation are expected north of Isle of Palms, with lower values south of there, generally up to 2 to 4 feet. Storm surge flooding will be most problematic through mid-afternoon, but could certainly linger through the evening. Areas in and around McClellanville, Georgetown, Debidu Colony, Pawleys Island, Garden City, Litchfield, and Cherry Grove will be most affected. The storm surge will occur along the ocean front, the back bays, and tidal creeks. Coastal roadways could temporarily become impassable. Heavy rain is also ongoing, with many flash flood warnings right now in the Charleston Tri-County area. The flooding threat will continue into this evening, especially with the torrential rainfall, the high rainfall rates that we're seeing right now with Ian. Everyone's reminded that if you encounter a flooded roadway to turn around, don't drown. And finally, there's an increasing threat of isolated tornadoes, mainly in the far northeast part of the state where a tornado watch has now been issued. Conditions should improve across the state late tonight as Ian weakens and lifts to the north. So again, please seek higher ground if you're in a flood-prone location along the coast, and do not drive through flooded roadways. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll answer questions as we go through the team. As I speak, the center of Hurricane Ian is approaching the coast of South Carolina, just above Charleston, mainly from Bulls Bay up through Myrtle Beach. I've spoken to a number of the mayors in those areas, and they are well prepared. The Grand Strand, particularly right now, is seeing very rough seas. Also, behind the Grand Strand, the water is backing up because it can't get out, behind the beaches and behind the creeks. But this is not as bad as it could have been. A lot of prayers have been answered, but I would ask people, don't quit yet, because it's still coming. We are not out of the woods. I remind people, as John Quirello just said, there's water on the roads. We've seen photographs of it. The people have been sending us, the mayors and others, and it's still very dangerous. And there's still winds even where there's not much water in other parts of the state. So if you don't need to go outside in the wind right now, stay inside. If you don't need to drive anywhere, don't drive. Be careful and be smart. So far, fortunately, no deaths have been reported to us as a result of the storm. But there are still life-threatening conditions, and we need to continue to be very careful. I note that in Charleston, they have, according to Mayor Tecklenburg a little while ago, they have about 6 to 12 inches of water in the hospital district. That's much less than was expected. The low wall around the battery was not overrun with water. That is very good news. High tide in Myrtle Beach was at about 12:30, and so we know the water is high there. The winds are high, and as I said before, a lot of water is being trapped inland and can't get out because of the winds and because of the currents. But right now, when the storm seems to be receding in certain parts of the state and is moving on to others at hurricane speeds, this is when people normally get careless, get hurt, and unfortunately often lose their lives. So don't forget that human error is the deadliest thing that we have. Misjudgments, miscalculations, carelessness. So be careful and be smart. I spoke to President Biden this morning. He was fully aware of our situation. He promised whatever help we needed. And you would like to know, of course, he's been here before, and he says South Carolina is a beautiful place. And, of course, I agreed 100% with that. So that is our situation so far, and we have a number of people to speak and provide details. And we'll start with General Jeff Jones.
Thank you, Governor. Major General Jeff Jones, the Deputy Adjutant General. Right now, the South Carolina Military Department, which comprises our Army Guardsmen, our Air Guardsmen, and our State Guardsmen, and our civilian employees, they are poised to continue to respond to our state and local partners and the people of South Carolina. Currently, we have 90 Guardsmen on state active duty. They are positioned forward, primarily performing high water vehicle support, and we are poised and prepared to shift operations in response to any request to any mission statewide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Kim Stinson.
Thank you, sir. Kim Stenson, Director of South Carolina Emergency Management Division. The State Emergency Operations Center is currently at Operating Condition 1, also known as OPCON 1. This is our highest level of alert and response, and we are now fully staffed with a number of state agencies and voluntary organizations 24 hours a day until this event curtails. Right now, priorities include support to counties and responding to transportation, sheltering, supply, and equipment missions. We're also planning for damage assessment and follow-on recovery operations. We continue to work closely with the local authorities to share information and identify unmet needs. We've only received a few requests for support, but they include high water vehicles, swift water rescue teams, and shelter support. In the near term, we expect to receive additional requests for debris management assistance, generators, and also damage assessment. Damages have been light so far, with basically reports of downed trees and localized flooding, mostly along the coast, but we expect that to build over the afternoon. The governor mentioned talking to President Biden, and last night we received a federal emergency declaration which will allow us to seek reimbursement for response costs and any direct federal assistance we might request. And that emergency declaration is different, is not the same as a major disaster declaration, which we requested after the completion of any damage assessment that we would do and potentially provide funding for both infrastructure and repairs and assistance to individuals and families. So the emergency declaration is fairly limited, but it does give us some advantages, certainly at this point. As the storm moves through South Carolina, residents should keep in mind a couple of key points. One is to stay tuned to local television and radio stations for emergency information. Certainly stay inside a well-constructed building, and then try to limit your non-emergency calls to keep that grid open, and use text messages if you've got non-emergency calls. So, reminder: citizens can use scemd.org and the South Carolina Emergency Management app on your phone to keep up to date on disaster information. And we encourage you, citizens that receive damage, to go ahead and report damage through that app, that South Carolina Emergency Manager mobile app. And then the damage assessment report is on the tools section of the main menu, so it's pretty easy to get to. I checked it out last night. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Director Nanette Edwards.
Thank you, Governor. Nanette Edwards, Executive Director for the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff. So around 10:30 this morning, statewide, we had outages of around 32,927. As around 12:25 today, we're already over 69,000. I do anticipate that those outage numbers will climb. The crews are standing at the ready, and they will go out and do restoration efforts, but only when it's safe to do so. So when those winds get to about 30 miles per hour, the crews that are out there, you will see them pause. So for customers who currently have power, because I expect the number to climb, please do take a moment and charge your phones, do those things that you need to do while you still have some power. For those that are experiencing an outage, do notify your utility so that they are aware. And if you are out and about for some reason, stay away from downed power lines. If you do have a customer complaint, contact ORS toll-free at 1-800-922-1531. That concludes my report.
Thank you, ma'am. Secretary Hall, Department of Transportation.
Thank you. I'm Christy Hall, the South Carolina Secretary of Transportation. We currently have more than 2,100 employees working this event. As of now, we've responded to more than 200 downed trees across the state that's been removed in order to re-clear the roadway and enable the utility providers to get back in and do the work that they need to as well. We will continue to do that as the storm passes through the state. We are also aware of water on some of the roadways across the state. There are currently no major closures that we are aware of. However, we are closely watching with the local officials some of the causeways in the areas that John Q mentioned, really north of Charleston, all the way up to Myrtle Beach area. As mentioned earlier, we urge people to avoid travel, if at all possible, today as the storm works its way through the state. And Governor, that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Ben Duncan.
Thank you, Governor. Ben Duncan, Chief Resilience Officer, South Carolina Office of Resilience. We are standing ready at this time to assist citizens who may have damage or may have some need for assistance from the hurricane. We help with short-term problems, we help with long-term problems, and we are here until we take care of those problems for you. We're here to assist the governor, we're here to help citizens, and we provide information that you may need in the short term or long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Emily Farr.
Thank you, sir. Emily Farr, Director of the Department of Labor Licensing and Regulation. Throughout this event, the agency, through its division State Fire, has been prepared should any search and rescue efforts be needed. Earlier this week, we mobilized Task Force 1 with collapse and water rescue capability at the State Fire campus here in Columbia. so that we were prepared to back up the regional search and rescue teams that are located in Charleston, Hilton Head, and Myrtle Beach. Last night, North Charleston did request 2 boat teams, so we did deploy Task Force 1, and they arrived there at about 10 p.m. last night. We backfilled those teams by requesting 2 boat teams through firefighter mobilization, and Anderson County and Oconee County answered that call, and their boat teams are now here in Columbia, ready to deploy if needed. As well, the State Fire Marshal, Chief Jonathan Jones, continues to make contact with the fire chiefs along the coast to make sure that they do not have any unmet needs. We appreciate all of the first responders who volunteer and stand ready to ensure South Carolina is prepared if any search and rescue is necessary. And just remind those viewers, if you ever do find yourself in an emergency situation needing those sort of assistance, to dial 911. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Director Mike Leach, Department of Social Services.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. Michael Leach, South Carolina Department of Social Services. Currently, we have 5 shelters open across the state. All are general population shelters. 2 are in Charleston County, 1 in Jasper County, 1 in Orangeburg, and 1 in Williamsburg. As of noon today, we have a total population of 119 individuals in our shelters. Our current total capacity is 759, and so we are about 15% of that capacity. All locations are resourced. DSS staff, Red Cross volunteers, law enforcement, and other volunteer organizations are currently engaged in that mission. There are 0 medical needs shelters open at this time, and we recommend anyone who needs a shelter to bring blankets, sleeping bags, pillows, medications, any personal hygiene or personal items, or special foods if you're on restricted diet. And shelter information could be found at scemd.org or redcross.org, or contact your local county emergency manager.
Thank you. Director Rob Wood, Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Woods, Director of the South Carolina Department of Public Safety. Beginning yesterday, we deployed law enforcement officers from the state throughout South Carolina in anticipation of higher calls for service on U.S. highways, interstates, and other highways throughout the state. We have, in fact, seen an uptick in calls for service starting last night. We were over 90 calls for service from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. this morning, and we're currently over 131 calls for service from 6 a.m. until noon today. And those calls for service were primarily for assisting motorists and for trees and other objects in the roadway. As it stands now, we have over 300 law enforcement officers from the Department of Public Safety, from SLED, Triple P, and DNR who are patrolling the highways. We'll have those folks out there with the expectation that those calls for service will continue to increase as the storm moves ashore. Again, and just to echo the advice given by Secretary Hall, given what we see with these increased calls for service, with these increased traffic incidents, please stay off the roadways until the storm passes. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ed Simmer, DHEC.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ed Simmer, Director of the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. We have been working very closely with our healthcare facilities, dam owners, drinking and wastewater facilities to ensure that they are ready. We are very confident that they are ready and prepared to weather this storm successfully, but we do have teams ready to deploy on a moment's notice if we do have any problems. Most important right now as the storm is passing through is to be safe. As the governor said, we've had no one die. We want to keep that going. We don't want anyone seriously injured in that storm. To do that, we need folks to make good decisions. Please stay indoors. If the winds are blowing hard, be away from windows. Stay out of the floodwaters. The floodwaters not only have a risk of drowning, they can have bacteria, they can have toxic substances. If somehow you do end up in the floodwater, as soon as you possibly can, rinse off, get fresh clothes on. That will help protect you. Please be careful with carbon monoxide. People may be using generators as the power goes out. Make sure that generator is outside, vented outside, so you don't have carbon monoxide, which is colorless, odorless. You will never know it's there, but it will kill you. So please be careful with that. Also, never add fuel to a hot generator because that can cause an explosion. Remember that all shellfish beds are currently closed to harvesting in the state because, again, of the toxic potential of the water, so please do not be harvesting shellfish right now. And finally, sometimes when we have flooding like this, we can have coffins float to the surface. I know that doesn't sound very pleasant, but if you find that, please call us and we will help manage that. We will make sure that gets taken care of. And the number for that is 803-622-7259. I'd also note that many of our emergency medical services, as the storm is coming in along the coast, are no longer able to operate safely. So if you do call for help, you may not be able to be responded to right away. We have checked, all of our hospitals are open, all of the hospital emergency departments are open. If you do need emergency medical assistance, that's where you should go, because many of our regular medical clinics and urgent cares are currently closed, especially along the coast. If you do have questions as the storm passes about things like mold, your private well, food in your refrigerator if your power has gone off, and when is that safe? Please go to our website, scdhec.gov. We have information about each of those topics and also hotline numbers you can call for things like mold, dam safety, and those sorts of issues. Finally, let me just say, South Carolina is great because we take care of each other. If you have a neighbor, a friend who maybe isn't as able to take care of themselves, please check on them when it's safe to do so. Make sure they're okay. Provide them the assistance that they need. And, working together, we will be safe and we'll get through this successfully. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Dr. Silva. Chief Mark Keel, SLED.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Keel, Chief of SLED. All of our personnel has been on standby since the day before yesterday. We began assisting ESF 16 Highway Patrol with patrols of our major highways, interstate, major roadways. We started that at 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon, and we'll continue that until after the storm. At that point, if there are areas of the state that we need to transition into security missions that request the chiefs and sheriffs, we'll do that. I've personally been in contact with the chiefs and sheriffs along our coastal this morning, as well as our regional captains are maintaining contact with them. We will continue to talk to them, communicate with them, and if they have any needs after the storm has passed, we will assist them with any of those security missions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions? Questions?
Governor, are you recommending a certain time when people can actually leave their structures, leave their safe spaces?
Well, we prefer the wind to be gone and the water to be gone, of course. But we'll be providing that information. It'll be available online, and we'll be having another press conference to provide that. But this is something where people need to use their own judgment. If it's dangerous outside, they should not go. And these winds are high. They can blow projectiles through the air. You can get struck by a projectile, and again, water on the roads can be very dangerous, particularly when there's water in the ditches. And so we want people to use common sense. Stay tuned to the channels. We don't know exactly how the water is going to flow or how deep it's going to be in various places. And there may be some flooding that we haven't seen yet as the water makes its way down to towards the coast. Yes?
How would you describe working with the Biden administration while you're preparing and responding to the storm?
They've been helpful and cooperative, and as we all know, when there's a hurricane, there's no politics involved there. And everybody agrees that we want to keep everyone safe and protect people, help people recover as well.
For the South Carolina Department of Transportation, are there any specific areas where we're seeing the most flooding or trees down that people need to avoid, like certain locations in Columbia that people may need to avoid?
Just sporadic trees down in the Midlands and the upstate as these strong gusts move through the state, as described by John Q. with the Weather Service. Of course, in the coastal areas, really from Charleston all the way up to Myrtle Beach, as the tide, currently at high tide, so as that tide is here and the storm's coming in at the same time, there will be elevated water levels across some of the roads. We're seeing that today as we speak, and of course, it'll take a little bit of time for that water to recede, but as soon as it recedes, we're prepared to go in immediately. We've pre-positioned assets to go in and clear any sand or debris or anything that may be blocking those roads immediately to restore service.
Question.
Director Woods said there was about 221 calls for service to your agency. Are they concentrated in any certain areas right now?
No, what we're experiencing, obviously in the coastal area, that's where we're seeing the highest increase. We see some sporadically statewide, but mostly it's in the coastal areas where the storm's impacting us.
One other question, with the conditions the way they are now, do you see anything that may suggest that there could be severe weather such as tornadic, any activity and things of that nature?
Yeah, there appears to be an increasing threat right now. That could be some isolated tornadoes. That threat is really just limited to the far northeast part of the state, so right along parts of the Grand Strand. I believe a tornado watch was just issued for the northeast part of the state for that threat. And it'll continue through the afternoon, maybe into the early evening hours, but it looks really localized just in that one part of the state. The rest of the state, the threat for tornadoes looks very, very low.
More questions? Yes, sir.
Director Edwards, you mentioned power outages. Are those largely in the Charleston, Tri-County area, or are you seeing those across the state?
Well, we track all outages. Our system, the Palmetto system, does record statewide. So as you can imagine, the ones that are in the up part of the state, they're lower. You are correct. As I was coming in for this meeting, Dominion, I think, was already over 23,000 because they had to pause restoration efforts. The winds had gotten high enough in Charleston. I'm hoping maybe around 2 o'clock, as the winds die down, they'll be able to get their crews back out. I anticipate that the outages will be along the track that you expect, Charleston, Georgetown, that on up, Myrtle Beach.
I have a question from John Q. You said, when it will hit the coast and then come through the Midlands, will it hit around 5 or 6 o'clock? Do people who are at work right now maybe need to head home early?
So the track of the storm has shifted a little bit, so it's going to make landfall along the coast, and then it's going to track through the northeast part of the state. So the Midlands won't be experiencing the brunt of the storm, but we're already seeing the high wind gusts out there now, up over 40 miles an hour in many areas. So I think that threat will certainly just continue to increase here over the next couple of hours, and I think be with us through the afternoon and the commute home for many people. So I think people just need to use caution. With those kind of winds, even in the Midlands, while they're not as strong, we're still going to expect to see some trees coming down. So people just need to use caution with that. But I think overall conditions will begin to rapidly improve once we get into tonight and the winds start to diminish. So yeah, certainly the rush hour this evening, everyone needs to be cautious, whether you're on the coast or even, in the central part of the state. We even had some gusts near tropical storm force in Greenville earlier this morning. So even parts of the upstate are seeing those winds as well. So just everyone really should just use caution.
John, while you're up there, can you talk about the timing of landfall in relation to high tide versus low tide?
So high tide generally occurred right around 12 o'clock along many areas along the coast, give or take an hour. So, I haven't gotten word yet that it's officially made landfall, but we expect it to be really any time now. It should be making landfall based on what we're seeing on radar and satellite. So, that's starting to come in here now, and the National Hurricane Center will make the assessment on when that happens, make the official word. What was the rest of the question?
I guess, is this the worst? I hate to use the worst case scenario about the timing.
Yeah. So the tides were coming off of high tide, so the water's already built up essentially. The tides come in, and it's not able to flow back out as the storm approaches. So it's just going to continue to build up. So we really expect the worst of the conditions here in the next 1 to 2 hours, we think, as we're coming off of high tide and the waters continue to come in with the approach of Ian. So that surge isn't right with the eye wall, it's usually just out ahead of it. So that's coming in right now with the time of high tide. So the next several hours will probably be the key time to focus on that storm surge threat.
For a little more detail on that, John Tecklenburg, Mayor of Charleston, the high tide there was around noon. But of course the storm hit a little north of there, so that was good news for Charleston. As I mentioned earlier, the water did not go over the battery, the low wall at the battery, which is good news, but it was 6 inches to a foot at that time when I spoke to him about an hour ago, I guess, in the hospital district, which usually flood. Whenever there's flooding, it seems it's always there. But in the Grand Strand, Mayor Brenda Bethune in Myrtle Beach, Marion Hatley in North Myrtle Beach, and also Bob Heller in Surfside, we're expecting high tide there. Of course, the farther north you go, the later the high tides are. And it's around 12:30 was when they usually, and where they would begin today. And that's why what John Q mentioned, is that water is coming in and the wind's coming in, whatever rain and water is coming down and trying to get out, can't get out, and that's what causes those flooding conditions and flooded roads. Yes, sir.
Governor, you speak a lot about infrastructure. Is there anything infrastructure-wise that can be done in South Carolina to help the coastal areas in events like this, or is this just something you have to bear?
Well, one of the things we do, and of course, that's one reason we have so much interest in I-26, because that typically is a road that has a lot of traffic when a storm hits. But we are working, as you know, we're ahead of schedule.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask Ms. Hall to address that question on our roads, and that's really the main thing we can do is get those roads, and also to have the people understand the danger that they face in providing them timely and good information, as we attempt to do by having this full team here for your questions. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's exactly what the governor said. I mean, clearly focused on the evacuation route of I-26, primarily making sure that that gets widened using the resources available to the department, and those projects are progressing quite well. The one north of Columbia is well ahead of schedule, and the contract to begin the first part of widening on the section between Charleston and Columbia is about to be signed to move forward with that project, again ahead of schedule. All that work's been accelerated due to leadership efforts with the governor and our legislative body as well. So you've got your major routes, and then of course there's a large emphasis looking at drainage projects throughout the state, especially in areas where we have frequent flooding. So more to come on that, but of course there's plenty of work to do when it comes to drainage work across the state.
More questions?
Director Leach, are you expecting more shelters to open up post-storm?
At this point in time, the local emergency management departments they're prepared. We have not said that they have not said that they're going to open any, but if we have to surge and get one up and ready, we can do that pretty quick. But there are, at this point in time, we don't have any word for any more at this moment.
More questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Meteorologist in-house and online is that it appears that the storm's eye, Ian, has now made landfall just north of Charleston, coming in with strong winds, heavy rain. At this point in the low country, emergency response has been halted because of the strong winds and the heavy rain in that area that will not allow first responders to respond to emergencies in a way that everyone is safe. So we are going to be back on air in less than an hour with a closer look at Ian's impact here in the Midlands and along the coast. You're watching News 19. For more updates, make sure you download our News 19 mobile app and look for us online at WLTX.com. We join you now with breaking news as we all continue to follow the direction of Tropical Storm Ian now. The storm making landfall in Charleston about an hour ago. As you can see for yourself, this is the Pawleys Island area. Roads have been turned into rivers, into waterways, and people in that community saying this is the worst flooding that they have seen in years. We know the storm surge could have been as high as 7 to 8 feet. At least it was forecasted to be that high. And as those high water vehicles continue to make their way through that area, you can see the picture just gets worse and worse. Again, thank you so much for joining us for News 19. This special report as we look at the impact that Ian could be having, not only here in the Midlands, but also across the state. We're going to get the latest on the storm and what we can expect over the next several hours with our team of meteorologists, beginning with Daniel Bonds.
Well, we're still tracking what is left of Hurricane Ian. Here's the latest as of 2 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center. It does have winds of 85 miles per hour with gusts about 105, moving towards the north at 15, and it is about to make landfall, at least officially, somewhere along the South Carolina coast. Here's a water vapor image, and this kind of shows you why it's been struggling a little bit. You got this dry air getting pulled in, so that's certainly good news as far as the strength of the storm was concerned. But you notice here, that dry air. Here's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. It is going to make landfall over the next few minutes or so. That's what we're just waiting on. And as it does make landfall, it will quickly lose even more strength. That's good news there. But we've got a lot of rain moving across the Midlands. Those outer rain bands continuing to move generally from east to west at this point. And we'll continue to see that opportunity for some moderate to heavy rainfall as we go through the rest of the afternoon hours. Gradually, as what's left of Ian moves towards the north, our rain chances will decrease, but there's still that opportunity for some flash flooding, especially in this red area, basically the eastern half of the Midlands, and the eastern half of the Midlands, where we could also have still those tropical storm force winds, especially from the basically from Columbia eastward. You go westward, those chances for tropical storm force winds pretty small. So we'll take a closer look at your forecast. Meteorologist Corey Smith will break down some further information coming up in just a few minutes. Darcy?
All right, Daniel, thank you so much. We're heading over to the Gamecock City of Sumter now. They are starting to feel the impacts of the storm. As Daniel mentioned just a moment ago, we can expect to see more of the impact from Ian on areas that are in the eastern portion of the Midlands. More than 800 residents in Sumter are now without power. Becky Buds joins us now live with the very latest on how residents in that community are dealing with the storm. Becky.
Darcy, I'm here on Milton Road off Broad Street in Sumter, where, as you can see behind me, a pretty large tree is blocking the road. We've seen several cars trying to come through here and having to turn around because of this blockage. The Sumter County Sheriff's Department does tell me they are working as fast as they can to clear these trees as they are reported. And you can just see and probably hear the rain coming down here in Sumter. The wind is whipping some of these branches off of the trees, and this rain is causing some slight flooding here next to us, causing about several inches, and you can just also see that wind blowing the water inwards to where we are. But as I said, this tree has just been blocking here for a while. We've got some other reports of down power lines, and as we've been in Sumter, we haven't seen much cars driving on the roads, and that's a good thing. That means people are listening to what officials are saying to stay home if you can. If you do have to drive, you know, as we're here right now, we have a car trying to come through, and as you can see, they're having to turn around. So stay off the roads if you can. If you come across standing water, turn around, don't drown. It is a little bit chilly out here as well, but yeah, for now, that's the situation here in Sumter. We'll continue to bring updates as we hear them and see them. But yeah, back to you in the studio, Darcy, live in Sumter. Becky Buds, News 19 WLTX.
All right, Becky, you and your team stay safe out there. Our team coverage is going to continue now from Sumter County down to Charleston County. That's where News 19's Kaylin Hagwood is. She is in Charleston today along with Walker Lawson. She joins us now with more on the conditions in the historic city. Kaylin, when we talked to you at 12 o'clock, it was just as the storm was about to make landfall, and it was quite a picture there then.
Yeah, absolutely, Darcy. And things have, it's really kind of back and forth, right? So we have sort of a calmer moment right now, and people are starting to come out and walk around, walk their dogs, make sure that their dogs have an opportunity to use the bathroom. As you can see, I mean, we do have some wind, we have some rain. Just moments ago, there were stronger wind gusts, rain coming down harder. And for the most part, I mean, you see there's a truck there turning around. Some people are attempting to come out of their homes, but it has been relatively empty out here, and that is exactly what law enforcement and local authorities have been hoping for. And again, now you see the wind is starting to pick up. We were told around noon is when that storm surge up to 7 feet is what they were expecting, is what could have happened in this area. And we have seen, again, some strong wind and definitely strong rain, quite a bit of flooding around the area as well. We found a good place to kind of position ourselves and stop, because as we were driving, everywhere we were driving, we were starting to run into those floodwaters. So we had to really just sort of pause ourselves, sit, and just walk where we were going to go to make sure that we stay safe. And I want to bring in Sam, because he actually lives in this area. This is actually an apartment complex connected to a Publix where we are. And Sam, you've lived here for a few months now. Tell us, did you ever consider wanting to leave or evacuate?
Not really. I feel pretty safe in this general area, just being a little bit more elevated. So it was no question for us. We were going to stay the whole time.
All right, and obviously coming downstairs, what brings you down here? Just kind of checking it out?
Yeah, checking it out. Wanted to see. I mean, it's different when you're upstairs, you're seeing the wind. But I mean, I can only imagine. This is a Category 1, Category 4 or 5. I mean, you definitely don't want to be out in that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, do you have what you need? You know what I mean? How has the preparation looked? And we're told some students have had the opportunity to park in your parking garage, making sure everyone gets to be at a higher level as the storm continues to come through.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of time to prepare. I mean, I started preparing about 3 or 4 days ago, and it's also nice we live on top of a grocery store, so I was able to get a lot of dry food, canned food, things for us to be able to weather the storm.
Well, thank you so much, Sam. Stay safe with you and your family. And as he mentions that grocery store, it is closed, but the electricity has actually gone off in the time that we have been here. There was a loud buzzing sound, almost like, I want to say it was a generator possibly. I'm not entirely sure, but it was extremely loud just moments ago as that power did go off in this area. Also, our phone alarms going off as we were seeing that flood, the flood warnings telling everyone again to be safe. But right now, things are actually looking pretty good where we are in Charleston. People again staying in, maybe coming out, peeking out, walking their dogs and making sure they have an opportunity to use the bathroom. But other than that, things are going very well here. People seem to be staying safe, and we'll continue to stay on it. Live in Charleston, Kaylin Hagwood, News 19, WLTX.
All right, Kaylin, thank you so much. And again, be safe. We heard from the governor right about 12:45 this afternoon with a press conference from the State Emergency Management Division. His message to all South Carolinians: stay safe.
There's water on the roads. We've seen photographs of it. The people have been sending us, the mayors and others, and it's still very dangerous. And there's still winds even where there's not much water in other parts of the state. So if you don't need to go outside in the wind right now, stay inside. If you don't need to drive anywhere, don't drive. Be careful and be smart. So far, fortunately, no deaths have been reported to us as a result of the storm. But there are still life-threatening conditions, and we need to continue to be very careful.
Again, the governor there at State Emergency Management Division, where they are now currently operating under OPCON 1, which is the highest level of alert and response until Ian passes through our area. Our team coverage continues now. We're heading to Orangeburg County with Street Squad's Nijah Hood. Nijah, what do you see?
Well, Darcy, as you know, I make this drive to Orangeburg every day, and I will say the roads have been quieter than usual, which is a good sign. That means people are listening to what they are being told, right? They're being told to stay home and stay off the roads. And now I'm here at the Orangeburg City Gym. This is where residents were advised to come if there was a need for any reason, and I feel like that was reflected here because we're being told only 2 people have checked into this shelter right here at the City Gym, right behind those two two double doors right there, that is where those residents currently are staying. The shelter itself was supported by DSS, the Samaritan House, the city of Orangeburg, and the county of Orangeburg. We're being told the shelter will remain open until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Now that's tentative because there could be plans to extend that if necessary. People who come into the shelter are asked to bring basic necessities with them, their toiletries, toothbrush, toothpaste, face wash, things of that nature. And here they are provided with a cot, blankets, snacks, that nature. I did speak to the Orangeburg County Emergency Services Office just a little while ago. They tell us that they have seen some scattered power outages throughout the area that's associated with downed trees in the eastern part of the county. And the eastern part of the county, of course, refers to towns like Santee, Holly Hill, Providence. Those are areas that historically experience the most flooding during a storm. And so I spoke to the county administrator yesterday, and he said because of that, they have sandbag distribution set up in that area. And so they're keeping a close eye on that. And of course, we will continue to monitor these conditions and power outages throughout the day, and we'll keep you all updated. Live in Orangeburg, Nija Hood, News 19 WLTX. Back to you.
Nija, thank you so much. Take a look at some of the pictures that are coming in from around the state. Corey Smith tweeting this out for us, a retweet. Helen Ridley captured this video in Myrtle Beach, where the beach has been, in her words, completely covered by storm surge. Again, we know that storm surge was supposed to happen between 12:30, 1 o'clock, up to 7 feet. That wall of water coming in from the ocean. Major flooding ongoing in Garden City, Myrtle Beach. This post, again, Corey Smith, one of our meteorologists on our team, retweeting Ashley Yost's video. We encourage you to make sure that you are following our team on social media so you can stay up to date on what's happening. For those of you who are familiar with Pawleys Island, looking at that picture probably gave you pause, because to know what that area looked like before Ian and seeing it now is breathtaking. This is video, Myrtle Beach Avenue, the North Causeway, following a rescue. This is from the Pawleys Island Police Department. Again, the message over and over again, stay inside. There is no reason to be out on the roads in those communities. And for those of you who are here in the Midlands and thinking to yourself, well, we still haven't seen much. We do still have high winds. And because of those high winds, we have seen a number of power outages. As of noon, across the state, there were about 69,000 homes and businesses that were in the dark. The Department of Transportation saying that they had responded to more than 200 downed trees, which of course lead to power line issues. We were just over in Sumter, where Becky Buds was, where a huge tree at this point is blocking a road. We'll get the name of that road from Becky again in just a couple of minutes and be able to share that with you. So for those of you who are in Sumter County, you won't find yourself in a situation where you find yourself on that road and then have to turn around. But again, the good news, no deaths. This is still being considered a life-threatening storm. And so we are going to continue to keep an eye on what's happening, not only on the roads, but also in the air. Because of the hurricane, there are cancellations at airports statewide, starting with the Columbia Metro Airport. All flights are canceled until 10 o'clock tonight. That means only 3 flights will arrive to CAE today. 2 of those flights are from Atlanta, the other from New York. Looking at the Charleston Airport, there have been more than 100 cancellations in the past 24 hours. All departures have been canceled coming out of Charleston. As for arrivals, all evening flights are canceled. And finally, at the airport in Myrtle Beach, all flight arrivals and departures have after 11 a.m. So after 11 o'clock this morning, every flight that was supposed to either arrive or depart was canceled out of Myrtle Beach. Again, things are not safe on the road, and in the sky, they're not taking any chances when it comes to Ian. We know the Department of Transportation has put in place crews across the state to make sure that they can keep the roads clear. But again, with winds this strong, it's only a matter of time before trees continue to fall. News 19 meteorologist Corey Smith joins us now with a closer look at the impact Ian is having on the Midlands. Corey.
Yeah, Darcy, and we've been talking about the winds. Let's talk about the rain, though, and what we're seeing there here across the Midlands. You can see the satellite and radar picture across South Carolina, and I think at this point we have about made landfall with this system. We're going to probably get that pretty soon in from the National Hurricane Center, but you can see that center of circulation just north of Charleston, a little bit south of Georgetown this afternoon. Let's take a look at the closer picture here. This is Sumter County. Pretty heavy rain that's extending towards Clarendon County, so Santee, Manning, I should say, in Orangeburg County. Seeing some pretty heavy rain towards Calhoun, Eastover and Lower Richland County, up towards Kershaw and Lee County, some pretty heavy precipitation as well. In fact, we've picked up close to 3 inches of rain in Orangeburg, 1.5 inches here in Columbia. These values are going to continue to go up, and that's why we do have the concerns of some flash flooding across the area. There's currently an aerial flood advisory out, and that does include right now mainly the southern Midlands, but we could see that increase as these rainfall totals continue to add up as we see the system moving towards the north. Let's switch over to the winds, and what we're seeing right now, these are sustained winds, 30 miles per hour in Florence, 51 in Charleston is one of the higher areas that we're seeing right now, 30 in Sumter, and 21 in Columbia coming out of the north. Those gusts, of course, are higher, and this is where we're seeing any tree damage or power lines out. It's from these gusts that are right around 30 to 40 miles per hour now across much of the Midlands. 44 miles per hour in Manning, 37 in Sumter, 29 in Columbia, 36 out at the airport, 37 in Newberry. You can see down by the coast, 68 miles per hour in Charleston. In fact, there was a measurement out near the bay, near Charleston, of almost 92 mile per hour wind gusts off the coast there. So definitely some serious wind there. That's why we're seeing the storm surge issues as well as all the flooding going on. It's just pushing all that water into the South Carolina coast so far this afternoon. Let's take a look at the latest track, what we can expect here. You can see in a Category 1 storm right now, 85 mile per hour winds, and it's moving to the north at 15 miles per hour, so faster than what we were seeing earlier this morning. That's going to continue to work towards the north. Notice a low pressure system with 60 mile per hour winds. We're expecting this to transition to more of a post-tropical system here within the next coming hours after landfall. Taking a look at gusts going forward, you're going to see that things moving forward are going to be a little bit on the windy side. In fact, we're going to take a look at things with meteorologist Daniel Bonds. He's going to break down what you can expect there.
Yeah, you're right, Corey. Those winds have been picking up as what's left of Hurricane Ian continues to make its way through the Palmetto State. Here are a couple of live images along the coast. A rough day out there, obviously, where they have those strong winds. They're having the flooding. Here's a live look at the downtown Columbia area. We've been overcast. It's been rainy. It's been a little bit cool, 57 degrees in the capital city with these winds coming out of the north at about 21 miles per hour. 60 degrees for you guys in Orangeburg, but notice in the upstate, not much rain. See that rain shield with Ian as it continues to move generally towards the north. Here's a radar loop over the last few minutes. As Corey mentioned earlier, we haven't got an official confirmation for landfall as of yet. We're still waiting on that, but it appears the storm has made landfall either in Charleston County or Georgetown County. But again, no official word from the National Hurricane Center as of yet. They make that official call. Here's the tropical satellite. Notice it's not very well defined. It was not a very well defined hurricane at this point. We do expect it to continue to move generally towards the northwest over the next several hours. But you'll notice too, those rain chances start to decrease for us here across the Midlands. By the time we get to about midnight or so, we're just got partly to mostly cloudy skies, and looking ahead towards your weekend, mostly cloudy skies, so our weather will improve.
Landfall near Georgetown officially.
All right, Corey just gave me an update. Landfall near Georgetown at 2:15. So just about 3 minutes ago, we officially did have landfall. So a landfalling hurricane in South Carolina, about 2:15 in Georgetown County. Here's the 2:15 advisory, 55 miles northeast of Charleston, 85 mile per hour winds with gusts up to 105 miles per hour. I do want to leave you with some good news because our weather does improve. Looking ahead towards tomorrow, mostly cloudy skies, highs in the low to mid 70s, low to mid 70s on Sunday, but we really just have to get through today, Darcy, with those windy conditions, those rainy conditions, but the weather does improve for the weekend. So if you have those outdoor plans, it looks like the weather will be all right. Darcy?
Daniel, that is very good news. And now we know 2:15 this afternoon, about 4 minutes ago, Ian making landfall for a second time after making landfall the first time as a Category 4 hurricane down in Florida. Our teams, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, are all across the Midlands and down into the Low Country, continuing to get these photos in from law enforcement agencies statewide. And if you are familiar with Pawleys Island, know that this is a area that will take some time to recover from this type of storm surge, a tidal surge that the police department talking about there. And then another picture shows someone's dock is blocking the North Causeway in front of Town Hall. Again, more and more pictures coming in from viewers who are, thank goodness, safe and able to take these photos. Major flooding in the Myrtle Beach area, and this, a picture closer home, a tree down, and let me give you the exact area in Sumter. Becky Buds and our photographer Chris Brathwaite are in that area. That's Milton Road off of Broad Street. That is where that tree is down. And as Becky told us just a couple of minutes ago, several cars have come through that area and have been forced to turn around and go a different direction because it's going to be a minute before the Department of Transportation or whatever first responders are able to get there and move those trees to clear that area. This is another picture. Kaylin Hagwood, Walker Lawson, our team down in the Low Country. Things are just a little bit quieter right now, but they are still dealing with severe flooding in some parts of the city, and the worst is not over yet for the folks in Charleston. They will continue to see rain over the next several hours. But again, as Daniel mentioned just moments ago, the good news is this weekend should be nice for us here in the Midlands. We encourage you to make sure you've downloaded the News 19 mobile app and that you are following our News 19 weather team on all forms of social media, whether you like Instagram or Facebook or Twitter or YouTube. You can find Efren, Daniel, and Corey on all of those platforms. And if you have questions about Ian, whether there are businesses open, whether there are shelters open, all you have to do is text the word Ian to the number on your screen, 803-776-9508. Text the word Ian to that number, and then we'll send you a link with the information that you need in order to keep yourself and your family safe. So we're going to wrap up our coverage for right now. Of course, we'll be back on air when it's necessary to give you more information as we track Ian through the Midlands. This is video from Georgetown, taken a short time before Hurricane Ian made landfall for a second time, first in Florida, and this time days later in South Carolina as a Category 1 hurricane. The storm came ashore just south of Georgetown around 2 o'clock this afternoon, leaving localized areas of flooding, downed trees, and thousands of people around the state without power. Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us for Friends at 5 on this Friday. I'm Darcy Strickland.
And I'm Andrea Mock. And just like Darcy just said, Hurricane Ian officially made landfall earlier today, but now it is a post-tropical cyclone, and we certainly are feeling its effects here in the Midlands. So we got to check in with one of our experts. Chief Meteorologist Efren Afante has certainly been monitoring this situation. And, you know, Efren, watching the power of this storm and the power of water today has just been an incredible thing.
And the interesting thing is a lot of people say, well, it's only a Category 1 hurricane. It's not like the Category 4 in Florida. A hurricane is a hurricane. A tropical storm is a tropical storm. But nevertheless, over the last 4 hours, after it made landfall about 2:05, somewhere in the area between Georgetown and Ondaw, it made its way in. Now, the winds are sustained at 70 miles an hour. The reason why it's a post-tropical is because the characteristics as far as the symmetry of the cyclone is really falling apart, and it's already over on land. Now, it still has sustained winds of 70 miles an hour, moving to the north at about 15. The spaghetti models, as well as the National Hurricane Center track, does take it that regardless of whether it scoots a little bit closer to Florence County or it moves into North Carolina, it is heading north, and within the next 3 to 4 hours, that area of low pressure that was Ian, still Ian, will be in North Carolina and be out of the Palmetto State. Now, the hurricane warning is still in effect for South Carolina. We are still under a tropical storm warning, but as we go through the upcoming hours, those may start trickling down, especially in the western Midlands. We still do have a flood watch in effect for all of our Midland communities and a good portion of the PD, but we also have a flood advisory for the northern, central, and eastern portions of our Midland communities, conservatively until at least 7 o'clock tonight, where we've had that heavy rainfall that is still moving through. But if you notice, the rainfall at this point, the heaviest rainfall is in the central and western Midlands. But overall, we're going to be looking at this over downtown Columbia, Williamsburg. It's 58 degrees. Yeah, it's raining, but the wind gusts are still at 36. The good news is that all the showers and storms are going to be, or the showers rather, will be done early in the morning before we get up. We'll have a low of 57 degrees, and then it'll be partly cloudy in the afternoon. Not as windy, but we're looking at a temperature of 74 degrees. But the overall message, the showers end around midnight, the winds die down before we get up tomorrow morning.
Efren, one thing that we have seen again and again today is just, we were talking about the power of water. And you've been talking about the storm surge for days. We know that the Pawleys Island Pier has been destroyed, the Cherry Grove Pier have been destroyed. What is it about the force of water in a hurricane that gives it the power to do something like that?
Well, keep in mind that when we're talking about a hurricane, we're talking about the intensity of the hurricane, primarily of wind. We always talk about the wind when it comes to a hurricane, but when you talk about the amount of wind power it has, when a hurricane is making landfall, you're talking about 70 mile an hour winds, okay? You take that amount of wind and play around as if you were talking about kids. When they're in the bathtub and they push the water, you see that wave come up and it comes back. That is exact same wind force. So when you're pushing that much 70 mile an hour winds against the water, that water is going to push forward. And when you're talking about a tropical cyclone that's over 200 kilometers wide, all of that water is being pushed in the same direction. So when you get to sea level at 0, which is right at the shores, that water is going to push in, and depending how flat the area is off the beaches, that can move in 2, 3, even 4 miles like it did in Florida.
Efren, that was a really good analogy. You just taught me something, like a kid in the bathtub pushing it. It's got to rush in and then it rushes back out.
Exactly. Let's talk about this flood advisory, because I know people are going to be concerned about that as well, Efren, as we move through this evening.
Well, we already did have a flood watch as it went into effect because we were anticipating a lot of rainfall, and that's what we have for the watches that are still in effect for most of the Midlands. But the reason why we have this advisory that continues at least for another 2 hours is because Just over the last 4 hours alone, the amount of rainfall that we have gotten has been plentiful, and it's continued to move through. And as that continues to move through, we're still going to see a lot of rainfall already exacerbated in areas that have the rainfall. And as I quickly move over to one specific graphic, this is a rainfall estimate right now. Conservatively, the portions of the southeastern and eastern Midlands have gotten anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rainfall, possibly in the areas of Utah Springs, maybe 3 to 4 inches. But look at this bullseye down here. From Somerville all the way down to Charleston, a minimum 8, 9, possibly a foot of rainfall. And that's not storm surge, that's just rainfall. That's why we've got that flood advisory. The good news is that over the next several hours, the rain will start tapering off, but we're still going to be dealing with a lot of roads that are going to be flooded over the next several hours, probably until about midnight.
All right, Efren, thank you so much. Now we want to check in with our friends down in Orangeburg. We know it has been very busy this week with folks evacuating from Florida, going up 26, finding a place in Orangeburg, and now we know there's been some damage there.
Nija Hood joins us now live with the latest on what's going on in Orangeburg. Nija.
Well, Andrea, Darcy, actually, since we just spoke, we were actually told that most of the polarizing damage that we've seen is actually here in Holly Hill. And so we packed up, moved right here to Holly Hill. I want to show you the extent of the damage that we're seeing in this area. Take a look at that tree behind me. Completely split into pieces. You could see that branch over there tangled up into the power lines. Damage so extensive it actually pulled down that power line off the roof of this home here. Now, the reason why I'm told the damage is so extensive in the eastern part of Orangeburg County is because of all the low lines in this community. A lot of the residential homes, businesses are very close to the ground, and so they experience the most flooding, the most storm damage. Historically, they've experienced a lot of damage over storms that have happened over the past several years in this community. In fact, I had the pleasure of speaking with the homeowner of this home right here. His name is Tommy Berkins. He's lived here for 16 years and has actually lived through 6 hurricanes while here in Holly Hill. I'm here with him right now. Tommy, how are you feeling today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Absolutely. And so what was going through your mind when you saw this morning?
Well, I'm surprised to see that when it came down, but it's one of those things that you have to expect when hurricanes come through, and just try to prepare for it the best you can. And when you see something like that, you just try to regroup and go right ahead and continue with life. So.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that you and your family have lost power. When did you notice you lost power, and how are you guys making do now?
Well, we're using a generator right now for power, and we lost power a couple hours ago when the tree came down. But it was a lot of warning signs that things was going to happen because the power was going off and on constantly. But didn't think something like this was going to happen. Large tree this close to home was going to come down. It came down from the neighbor's yard, and it's, barely missed my house, and I'm so glad it did. So.
Well, thankfully, you and your family are safe. Thank you so much for taking this time to speak with us today, Tommy. Really appreciate it. Andrea and Darcy, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Nija, thank you so much. It's always a concern with those external power lines in older neighborhoods. The power lines haven't been grounded, and I'm sure you just have to be patient now until they work to get them restored.
We're going to go from Orangeburg now over to Sumter County as we continue our team coverage. That's where we find Becky Buds, who just a few hours ago was on a road that had a very large tree across it. Becky, what are you seeing at this point?
Darcy, I'm here now on Main Street in downtown Sumter, where the rain has let up a bit, but the wind has not. Take a look at these flags here at this hotel. They're still blowing. The palm trees are still blowing strong too with the wind, and same with the awnings on some of these businesses here in downtown. Downtown's been pretty slow today. A lot of people closed due to the weather, and they were preparing for more widespread flooding with the rain. Luckily, roads have remained dry. As you can see at this business, they've set up about 8 sandbags along here because they say normally floodwaters can go all the way up to the door. I spoke with Martha Grinnell. She's a resident from Sumter who works at one of these businesses. Take a listen to what she had to say about it.
Early on, it wasn't as bad, but now it looks like the weather's getting a little bit, so we will be closing shortly, maybe around 3 o'clock, But we have these sandbags here because usually right in the front of our door, it floods out. But right now it's looking pretty good, but.
And power has remained stable here, at least in downtown. There were some down power lines that we saw earlier today, but with the roads being dry, we've seen a little bit more traffic traveling here. But we'll keep you posted. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio, Darcy and Andrea, live in Sumter. I'm Becky Buds, News 19 WLTX.
All right, glad to see at least one area of the Midlands is a little dry right now. Thank you so much, Becky. We'll check in a little bit.
What we've noticed is that the eastern part of the Midlands are the counties that have been most impacted. The folks over in Fairfield County, Lexington County, even parts of Richland County haven't seen very much. But if you head down 26 and go into Charleston, yes, it is a very different story. And that's where our team coverage continues. News 19's Walker Lawson is there to give us an update on what he's seeing at this hour. I know you and Kaylin have been there all day, and it looks like there's still a tremendous amount of flooding behind you, Walker.
Absolutely, Darcy. I mean, conditions have improved here in Charleston, but if you take a look behind me, this is just one of many streets that's flooded, and Ian has left his damage. There are multiple trash cans. This is just one of many that have fallen over, but I actually want to take you over here because as many people are starting to venture out, they're coming out and trying to get gas, and a lot of these gas pumps are covered. Earlier, I spoke with one person who was trying to get out to see his family. This is what he had to say.
I was trying to get gas on over on King Street, but it was closed. This gas station's closed. Then I was going to visit my dad's place. He lives on Lumble, and there was a huge tree that fell. I actually have a picture of it, but it was hard to get over there. And then this street's obviously hugely flooded, but yeah, it's been hard. It's been a rough day.
And as he said, that it's really left behind water. We've seen trees down again. So we're asking people and law enforcement as well to please not go out. I know a lot of people are trying to see what it looks like out here, but you don't know what's under that water. And, you know, when it gets dark out, it's going to be difficult to see the roadways. So that's how things are going here from Charleston. I'm going to send things back to you guys in studio.
Walker, thank you so much. And we know at one point today it was so bad in Charleston. Charleston EMS and Isle of Palms Police both had to send out messages saying, listen, we're temporarily stopping our rescues. Do not call. We will not be able to come to get you right now. Hunker down in place. Do not go out in this because we are unable to safely get out of the police station or the EMS station to come and do rescues.
I don't think people think about the fact that another group of first responders are the people who put our power back on.
Yes.
And so they are also the ones that once wind gusts get up 30 miles per hour, which we heard during the governor's press conference, they can't go out and do any work. So there's a lot happening. We know at last check there were hundreds of thousands of people statewide without power, and residents in Charleston are in that number.
Yeah, they are. About 170,000 people at last check across our state without power. Now, the good news is with all this mess we have been seeing in Charleston, the rain is easing up there just a little bit, hoping those flood waters can recede. Let's check in with News 19's Kaylin Hagwood, who's also in Charleston tonight.
Here in downtown Charleston, the rain has started to slow down, but the flood waters remain. I want you guys to take a look behind me where these business parking lots really starting to see that rising water there. They have these signs downtown where you can actually see exactly how high the water has risen. Here, just next to us, you see it's almost at a foot high in this parking lot. So certainly a concern, a car there stuck in the water, their tires underneath and not able to move. And while we talk about that, we still see some cars moving through the area, moving through that water. Again, officials warning against that. And for the most part, we have not seen very many cars out here. But as that rain starts to slow down, we are starting to see more people coming out, peeking their heads out, trying to learn more about what it looks like, maybe taking a video for their social media. And again, law enforcement encouraging people to stay home, stay safe while they work to clear out the roadways for the debris and different things that are out in this area. Going to send things back to you.
Great, Caitlin, thank you so much. Yeah, certainly seeing the brunt of it down in Charleston and in Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, it's been bad there. The good news is there's been no loss of life at this hour because of Hurricane Ian. We're going to take a look at some of the pictures that you all have been sending in and photos that we've gathered on social media.
All right, we want to start in Myrtle Beach, where this was pretty incredible. Now, if you can look there, that is what I believe to be a shrimping boat. I spend a lot of time on the shore that has washed ashore in Myrtle Beach. Police there had to say, don't approach this boat. It is very dangerous. The good news is they didn't think there was anybody on board that boat, Darce, but it is completely floated down the ocean.
I wonder how far shrimping boats go out for that one to have washed ashore.
Washed ashore,
you
yeah.
know. This is Pawleys Island. We've talked about Pawleys Island a lot. Water is beginning to recede a bit, but still extremely high. There is a great amount of debris blocking the roadway. This will be an extended cleanup, and causeways will be closed until all hazards are mitigated.
Yeah, this is why keeping those storm drains so important. Now, this is Pawleys Island again, where we know the famous Pawleys Island Pier has collapsed. This says tidal surge lived up to prediction. Here is a view from Springs Avenue. So thank you for all of these pictures. If you have pictures in your own backyard, we want to see them. Help us tell the story of what's going on in your town. Just join Weather Watchers on Facebook. It's a free group, or you can post the pictures right on News 19 on Facebook as well.
All right, folks, don't go anywhere. Coming up after this short break, we'll take a closer look at your forecast, what we've seen from Ian, what we're expecting to see from Ian, and how things will be clearing up for the weekend. You're watching Friends at 5 on WLTX.
Seeing incredible damage. This is from Pawleys Island Police. The end of the Pawleys Island Pier completely collapsed and floating away. This is what we have seen because of Hurricane Ian. Want to get right to meteorologist Corey Smith, and you were explaining that pier then probably got sucked out to sea.
Yeah, really, that's the thing with these storms. They push all this water up against the coast. Of course, that water has to go back out into the ocean. So it's definitely what we're watching right there. Let's take a look at the radar, though. What we're seeing as of right now, you can see the storm moving to the north. We have a lot of heavy rain, though, across the Midlands. In fact, really right along the 77 corridors, where we're seeing some of our heaviest precipitation. That's in the northern Midlands. So let's take a look at how much rain we've seen so far. Some of these lighter and darker greens right here, that's right around 1 to 2 inches of rain, and that's including here in Columbia, where we're a little over 1.5 inches of rainfall so far. But as you head towards the south and east, those yellows and oranges, that's indicative of 2 to maybe even 6 inches of rain. We picked up close to 8 to 9 inches of rain close to Charleston. That's why they were seeing so much flooding on top of the storm surge that they saw earlier this morning. Let's take a look at the highest rainfall total so far here across the Midlands. The highest right now that we've reported is Sumter County, Oakland, 5.12 inches of rain. Santee saw 4.5 inches of rain. Clarendon County 3.25, and then Shaw Air Force Base right around 3 inches of rain. So this is a pretty reasonable amount of precipitation, but we actually definitely need it. It's been really dry recently. We've had a lot of sunshine here across the Midlands. So some good rain, unfortunately coming down a little bit too fast here, and you can see where it is coming down fast. We're watching for the potential of some flooding. So with more on that and what you can expect going forward, let's head over to Efren.
Well, Corey, I'll tell you that the amount of rainfall that we have and still ongoing, this is what it looks like in our Midland communities. Now that Corey's talked about what's going on around the state, this is how miserable it looks. So the bottom line is that unless you have to be outside, really don't be. You may think it's, nice weather. Well, the temperatures right now are in the mid to upper 50s throughout the Midlands, a shade warmer in Orangeburg at 60 degrees, but it's still windy. These are sustained winds right now, generally coming out of the northeast, upwards of 25, and at times, especially over the last 15 minutes, gusting to near 40 miles an hour. This is what we're going to be dealing with for a while, folks. And as you can see, just from radar, there is still a ton of rain. Yet we have some areas in southern Orangeburg County that doesn't have any rain right now. Maybe a little peak of no rain at all over Lake Marion. But by and large, we still have a lot of rainfall. But here's the good news. The rainfall that we have right now, as we go through the next few hours, is going to start tapering off sometime about 10, 11 o'clock. The rain will start tapering to a point where most of us don't have any rainfall. And with any luck, before we get up tomorrow morning, the rain is done. It's still going to be windy, though. The rain is in the upstate. By the time we get to tomorrow morning, roughly after daybreak, we'll have partly cloudy skies to mostly cloudy. The winds will die down, which is a great thing. We'll still have winds, but it's not going to be like we're having today. And then we'll end up partly cloudy all throughout the day. But the bottom line, the rain is done, the winds are done by the time we get up tomorrow morning. So we're looking at temperatures to start off with in the mid to maybe upper 50s. But again, winds gusting up to 40 mile an hour still until early morning. Then tomorrow, the winds will shift out of the southwest to northwest, about 10 miles an hour. Partly cloudy with highs in the low to mid 70s. And then we'll stay dry, really dry. Sunday, partly cloudy, a high of 73, and notice we'll cool off on Monday. We'll drop down to 66, but then a lot of sunshine returns by midweek for the rest of the work week. 72 on Tuesday, 79 on Wednesday, and 80 degrees as we get to Thursday afternoon. Stay with us. We got more Friends at 5 coming up right after this break.
Tell them we need to do a mic check. Hey, we need to do a mic check as soon as possible.
Mic check. Yeah, we're doing it now.
1 2 3 1 2 3. Do you hear? Do you hear? 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check. They had to switch the channel earlier today to get their audio. Hopefully y'all can hear this.
Yep, they can hear it.
Good.
Well, we are seeing the consequences of Hurricane Ian all throughout the Midlands, and one area in particular that's had a lot of trouble today is Shandon. It's a beautiful neighborhood. Of course, it's known for its big, tall trees. Unfortunately, in storms like this, trees like that can be a hazard. So News 19's Rachel Ripp shows us what some businesses and homeowners are dealing with.
Not exactly the way they want to be spending their 2-year anniversary. This business called The Workout on Divine Street woke up at midnight to tree damage.
We got a call last night in the middle of the night, right at midnight, and somebody at Zaz actually had seen the tree fall down and it hit the power line, so there was like a little bit of a fire and everything. So I got here by like 12:05 and the fire department came.
Thankfully, no one was injured. This nearly 35-foot tree caving into their roof caused rain to flood the inside of the building. Crews have been on the scene since 7 this morning and have since removed all these tree limbs. Karis Lowen, the owner, has a good attitude about it.
It is what it is, you know, a tree fell on the building, can't go back in time, so we're just trying to do all the necessary steps to protect what we have in there and then figure out how to proceed forward with business.
She says she had no reason to believe this tree was dead.
The oaks, in many cases, look healthy, and they actually have, they're diseased from the inside out. And whenever we get a wind event, whether it be a severe thunderstorm or something like this, there's always that possibility of not only limbs coming down, but the tree itself. And we have a lot of them here in Shandon.
The property manager across the street, Al Floyd, tells me the tree hitting the power line connected to his shopping center took out power to 2 restaurants for only an hour or 2.
Before too much damage could be done, it appears the fire department was able to get here. They're right down the street. They're just a half a block away.
Only a few blocks down, another tree fell on a home in Heathwood Circle at around 1:15 a.m. The homeowner declined an interview but shared these videos and photos with me, telling me they just finished a 15-month renovation. Reporting in Columbia, Rachel Ripp, News 19 WLTX.
So heartbreaking. And remember, if a tree comes down in your neighborhood, do not call 911. They are busy handling other things. You need to call the power company. So call Dominion Energy, Santee Cooper, Duke Energy, or the electric cooperatives, whoever does your power, and stay 33 feet away from any downed power line. All right, stay with us. We are going to have another check of your forecast and let you know when the rain could move out. It will. Stay with us. All right, Hurricane Ian has made landfall. It is now Tropical Storm Ian, and we are seeing the effects here in the Midlands and waiting for it to move out. Thanks for sticking with us for the second half hour. Friends at 5, I'm Andrea Mock.
And I'm Darcy Strickland. We're going to turn things over to Chief Meteorologist Efren Afonte with the very latest on how Ian will be affecting our weather as we head into the weekend. And from the looks of it, it won't be.
Right. And Darcy and Andrea, the fact that it is called post-tropical Ian, don't get that fooled, because the winds right now are gusting to 85 miles an hour. It's sustained at 70, but it still has the characteristics of, well, basically a tropical cyclone. His position right now is 20 miles north of Myrtle Beach, moving to the north at about 15 miles an hour, but you can see how expansive the rain still is well into the Midlands and into portions of the CSRA. All indications at this point right now is that as it's moving north at 15, so think about it. If you're driving from Conway and heading up to, say, Slayer, you're going to be there in about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. This is going to be in North Carolina within the next 2 to 3 hours, but we're still going to be feeling the effects because tropical storm warnings are still in effect for most of the Midlands. But notice, we no longer have hurricane warnings. Everything is a watch in the South Carolina area. Now, we still do have this flood watch for many of our Midland communities because obviously it's still raining very hard. And you can see the amount of rainfall that's still coming down. It is tapering off, but the bottom line is that in many areas of the west, north, and northeastern Midlands, it is pouring like cats and dogs. Like over at Williams-Brice Stadium, 58 degrees. Yeah, it's chilly, but winds are gusting of 26 miles an hour out of the northwest. Now, our forecast, we're going to be still being windy through the evening. The rain will end by early morning before we get up, but it's still going to be windy. We're looking at wind gusts of about 40 miles an hour, and morning will start off at 57 degrees. It will be partly cloudy tomorrow afternoon and noticeably not windy. We're looking at a high of 74 and then down to 56 degrees tomorrow night. But ladies, the key message is this. The amount of rainfall that we're having is going to end before we get up. And then when we get up in the morning, the winds are not going to be as ferocious as they have been today.
All right, Efren, we appreciate it. That's good news. Thank you so much.
All right, this morning, Rachel Ripp has been out and about, basically going all over Columbia looking for storm damage. And I know she was in Arcadia Lakes earlier tonight where we had 1,600 houses without power this morning. What are you finding tonight, Rachel?
Yeah, so Andrea, I'm actually back at Olive Street and Divine Street where I showed you this tree earlier, this massive tree that hit this business. Now, it is a lot different looking now because a lot of those limbs are chopped off. And right now we have some employees on scene. Now, they are actually setting up a generator because this business doesn't have any power right now, and they also are setting up a dehumidifier. That's to get that moisture out of the air and get all of that water that was flooded in the business out from earlier. Now, on top of the building, as far as the roof, that's obviously important because rain's coming in. They put a plyboard down, and then they also put some cement over that roof. So lots of good things here, a lot of patching up that's being done. Now, as far as the tree itself, we don't know when that is going to be moved out. That's going to be up to the city of Columbia. For now, reporting live off of Divine Street, Rachel Ripp, News 19, WLTX.
All right, so happy to see that they have started the process, and we know remediation.
Oh, yeah.
You want to get that water out because it can start to grow mold, and it's a whole process from here for them to clean up. We certainly wish them the best.
We're going to go from Columbia to Sumter now. Becky Buds continues our team coverage where she's seeing flooding in the Gamecock City. Becky.
Darcy, yes, the rain's still continuing to come down in downtown Sumter. I'm on Main Street where the wind continues to blow. You can see awnings on businesses blowing in the wind, these trees bending over from the gusts. And this gutter here, let me show you this gutter, is still flowing with rain as we've seen it come down for several hours now in Sumter. But, you know, they were expecting a little bit more flooding. I'll show you again these sandbags businesses have lined up in preparation for flooding. They say happens pretty often with these storms. We've actually seen some people braving the weather and taking a stroll on Main Street. I spoke with one couple that was visiting from out of town. Take a listen to what they had to say.
This is our first time out today, so it's not bad. After being cooped up inside all day, it's pretty good.
It feels good to just actually move around some.
But I can tell you, it's pretty chilly out here. It's gusty, and so if you can stay home, stay home. We'll be out here continuing to keep you updated on the latest. But for now, I'm live in downtown Sumter. Back to you.
All right, Becky Budd, thank you so much. Checking with you in a little bit. Just seeing an update now from Charleston Police. Darcy saying that the crosstown, the Septima Parkway, remains totally closed because of flooding. Charleston Police are very busy at this hour, rerouting all traffic to other areas.
That's where we find News 19's Kaylin Hagwood. She is live in Charleston now.
That's right, Darcy. Here in downtown Charleston, this is the scene in parts of the area as that floodwater starts to recede from Hurricane Ian. If you take a look down here, you can see my boot. It is almost halfway up in terms of the rainwater that is here. And as I walked a little bit further down, it actually got even higher up than that. This is not the scene everywhere in Charleston, but in parts, which is why local law enforcement are asking folks to stay off of the roadways. Still, we're starting to see more people starting to get out, drive around, look around. And perhaps okay, but again, we're seeing more and more roads that are barricaded. Again, them telling folks to stay off the roads. The rain, not as heavy as it was earlier, but still a steady flow in this area after Hurricane Ian really came down and kind of hit hard here in Charleston. I want you to hear from one of the residents who was sort of in the storm or braving the storm from her home as it came through. All right, so I apologize for that, guys, as we did not have that sound. But what she shared with me is that she was trying to walk her dog and have her dog have an opportunity to use the bathroom out here. But the dog was obviously a little bit afraid to be coming out and using it. But that was her only time where she wanted to come out and walk her pet because of everything that has been going on. But thankfully, she is safe tonight. She says that she did not feel the need to evacuate. That is the feeling of a lot of people who live in this area. Some did leave that were closer to the Charleston Harbor. But for the most part, folks are staying home, staying safe, and starting to get out and around town. But again, floodwaters here, like what we're seeing right here, a reason to stay inside, and especially if you guys are seeing this in the Midlands, not something you're going to want to walk into. So you want to stay home, stay safe. Reporting live here in Charleston, Kaylin Hagwood, News 19, WLTX.
Kaylin, thank you so much. A lot of cleanup left to be done, not only in the Low Country,
yes,
but across parts of the Midlands as well. That federal emergency declaration, the governor said that he spoke this morning with President Biden, was able to get that in place, saying that the Biden administration has offered any and all federal help that they can give to South Carolina.
And we certainly are going to need it. Our state is still at the highest alert level that it is, seeing the effects and the aftermath of what Ian did along the coast. So News 19's Nate Stanley has been in the operations room at SCEMD all day, where Governor McMaster has been in and out, and we know the South Carolina National Guard also active. What are you seeing for us, Nate?
Yeah, so right now there's close to 200 people in the operations center. They're working together as the storm continues to move through our state. Earlier today, leaders from state emergency response agencies got together to give advice and warnings on how to deal with what's left of the storm.
These winds have already downed numerous trees and power lines across parts of the state, and these reports should become more widespread as Ian shifts inland and the destructive winds develop.
A call to heed warnings from leaders of the agencies who are actively responding to Ian. Emergency Management, State Highway Patrol, National Guard, Governor, and others all saying they're working to respond to the challenges caused by the storm, including power outages, flooded streets near the coast, and wind damage.
Water on the roads, we've seen photographs of it. The people have been sending us, the mayors and others, and it's still very dangerous, and there's still winds even where there's not much water.
SCDOT says it has 2,100 employees working to help with flooded roads and downed power lines across South Carolina. Before the storm even made landfall, DOT said they had to remove 200 fallen trees. For those along the coast who may be dealing with floodwaters, DHEC said stay far away from those hazards.
Please stay indoors. If the winds are blowing hard, be away from windows. Stay out of the floodwaters. The floodwaters not only have a risk of drowning, they can have bacteria, they can have toxic substances. If somehow you do end up in the floodwater, as soon as you possibly can, rinse off, get fresh clothes on. That will help protect you.
The Department of Social Services says 5 shelters remain open throughout the state, with 2 in Charleston, 1 in Jasper County, 1 in Orangeburg County, and 1 in Williamsburg. Governor McMaster also confirmed that he spoke with President Biden this morning and was offered any help needed from the federal level.
They've been helpful and cooperative, and as we all know, when there's a hurricane, there's no politics involved there. And everybody agrees that we want to keep everyone safe and protect people, help people recover as well.
Yeah, so if you see not as many people sitting here as earlier when we were here at noon, but I am told that is because people are coming in and out through shifts throughout the storm as it passes through. That's the information we have now. Reporting from SCEMD, Nate Stanley, News 19 WLTX.
Great. Thank you so much, Nate. And after seeing the damage on Pawleys Island, Darcy, and Myrtle Beach, that federal disaster is going to make a big difference.
Absolutely.
The declaration.
Yeah, and it's going to be a while before it's cleaned up. It's going to be a while. All right, don't go anywhere. We still have more Friends at 5 coming up after this short break.
Like we told you earlier, the Cherry Grove Pier, the Pawleys Island Pier, both collapsed, and this is just down the road, Darcy, in Myrtle Beach.
As you can see, there are folks who have decided to venture out onto the beach, which is just so surprising to me that we still do
Things
technically
like this.
have a tropical system of sorts as it begins to fall apart in our area, and people have decided this is where they want to be. Corey Smith.
Yeah, that's right, Darcy. And let's actually talk about the name of the system, Post-Tropical Cyclone Ian. I want to take a look at the satellite here and notice we have our low pressure, of course, but we have this line of clouds right here. That's actually a cold front that has developed, and that's why we now no longer have Hurricane Ian. When we have a tropical system like a hurricane, we have storms spinning around an area of low pressure, and it's fueled by the warmer waters. But in this case, the system has changed to something with fronts, and this is a normal low pressure. So that's why we're going to refer to this as post-tropical cyclone Ian, but that doesn't get rid of any of the impacts. You can still see some pretty windy conditions across the Midlands. Current winds in Florence, 26 miles per hour, 25 in Sumter, a little bit lighter here in Columbia, 14 miles per hour out of the north and west. Let's take a look at the maximum wind gusts across the state from today, and we've had some pretty high numbers along the coast, of course. That's where we've seen really most of that wind damage, 68 miles per hour in Charleston. In fact, there was one location in Charleston that reported a gust right around 92 miles per hour. That was the highest in the state so far. 55 miles per hour in Georgetown, 56 in North Myrtle Beach. Here in the Midlands, a little bit lighter, but still pretty impressive. 44 miles per hour in Manning, 37 in Columbia Owens, 35 in Winnsboro. And we have seen these winds lead to some damage, not only here in South Carolina, but also in North Carolina. Around 50 total storm reports here in the Midlands. And of course, we're going to talk about if we can expect any more damage and what you can expect for the rest of your forecasts coming up. So let's head things over to Chief Meteorologist Efren Afonte.
And Corey, the one thing you were talking about, I was like, we've got all of these storm damages, so it's now post-tropical Ian. Well, why do we still have tropical storm warnings for the Midlands? And now notice, we don't have any more hurricane warnings. Everything that's left over is still a tropical storm warning. Well, he already showed where we have sustained winds in many portions of South Carolina, still going at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. But if you look at this, look at these. My computer's going a little haywire here. Anyway, the amount of the winds, well, you can see that we still have wind gusts in excess of 30 to 40 miles an hour. And because of that, that's why they still keep the tropical storm warning. Our temperatures, really, they've dramatically cooled down. We're in the 50s and 60s all throughout South Carolina. Here in Columbia, we're at 58 degrees. Noticeably cooler, but obviously with all the rain and the clouds, the one thing is that there's still a lot of rainfall in the Midlands extending all the way into the upstate. And believe it or not, that's the remnants of Ian. Here's all of our rain. Well, the bottom line is that this rain is going to start to lift. And as it does, over the next few hours, it'll start tapering off. After midnight, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning, the rain is done. The wind's not done yet, though. We're still going to have very strong winds until about daybreak. And once we get into about 8, 9 o'clock, it'll be partly cloudy, nowhere near as windy, and we're going to stay partly cloudy throughout the day. But bottom line, by tomorrow, the rain's done, the wind's done. So our forecast for this morning, tonight, we're looking at low temperatures in the mid-50s, showers end early, winds will still be gusting of 40 miles an hour, and then tomorrow with those partly cloudy skies, highs in the low 70s, winds will taper down from southwest to northwest at about 10 miles an hour. And then the nice weather continues. On Sunday, we'll reach a high of 73, a big drop in temperatures as colder moves in. So Monday, high of 66, but a lot more sunshine by Tuesday as we reach a high of 72 to 79 by Wednesday. Stay with us. We got more News 19 coming up right after this break.
As we continue to track the remnants of Hurricane Ian, a check of social media will reveal pictures, videos, and lots of hashtags about the storm's impact. USC is tracking that social discussion. News 19's Zoe Henry joins us now live in studio with those details. Zoe.
We're seeing significant flooding and damage in areas across the state. Posts on social media are documenting that storm. Take a look. In Pawleys Island, streets are flooded with stormwater. And in Myrtle Beach, we've got power lines and trees down in the streets. No cars can get through. Now, the University of South Carolina is using these pictures and videos in their social media insights lab, using it with software to figure out what you guys are talking about on social media. Now, the office says this week's topic, of course, is tracking Hurricane Ian. As of noon today, there were more than 17,000 posts relating to the storm. And the key words that you guys were using: South Carolina, expected, flooding, etc., all having to do with that storm. Sarah Johnson says the purpose is to figure out what people are saying about the storm.
You know, some people worried that, you know, their apartments are going to get flooded. People talking about, you know, how this can affect the historic downtown of Charleston.
The software also helps understand the negative, the neutral, and positive comments about the storm. In the studio, Zoe Henry, News 19, WLTX.
All right, folks, don't go anywhere. We've got more Friends at 5 after this short break.
Stay safe, stay inside, let the emergency crews do their work, and watch News 19.
Stay informed. News 19 at 6 is up next.
Good evening now. Thanks for being with us. I'm J.R. Barrett.
And I'm Darcy Strickland. We're beginning tonight with the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. The storm dumped lots of rain across the Midlands today. That, coupled with strong winds, made for a headache for a lot of people.
Our chief meteorologist, Efren Afonte, he's joining us now with the latest on what's going on with what's left of the storm.
Well, we did have Hurricane Ian when it made landfall, but now it's being called post-tropical Ian. Here's the location right now. It's about 20 miles to the north of Myrtle Beach. For all intents and purposes, it still has the characteristics of a tropical cyclone. Winds 70, gusting to 85 miles an hour. The one noticeable thing is that it's still moving north generously fast at about 15 miles an hour. And I say generously because its trajectory is going to cross over into the areas just east of Fayetteville, North Carolina, northwest of Wilmington within the next few hours. Even that being the case, we still are going to be feeling effects here in the Midlands, primarily because this post-tropical Ian cyclone is very large, and we still have tropical storm warnings. Notice, are all tropical storm warnings all throughout South Carolina. No more hurricane warnings, but it does include many of our Midland communities. Specifically, the winds have been the big thing thus far. The first criteria is how gusty it's been. We've had maximum wind gusts so far, especially along the coast, in the 50 to 60 range. But here in the Midlands, well, we've had at least 40 plus mile an hour wind gusts thus far. And we haven't hit the windiest part of the evening so far. We still have flood watches in effect for all of our Midland communities and a good portion of the PD and the central low country. Why? We're still getting a lot of rainfall. With the flood advisory still in effect for a good portion of the Midlands and the low country because of the amount of rainfall that we've gotten, as well as the amount of rainfall that we have right now. Still have a very heavy concentration of rainfall in the northern 2/3 of the Midlands, extending all the way into the upstate. That's not where Ian is. That's where Ian is. So you can see the expansive amount of rainfall that's coming through, and this is going to continue for several hours as we go into the evening. The temperatures, though, noticeably cooler, lots of upper 50s and low 60s. Well, you can obviously thanks the rain and the cold air. Over in downtown Columbia, it's still raining, not as intense though, 58 degrees, but the wind's still up there, gusting at 26. So here's our forecast. We will still have heavy rainfall. That should end by early morning, and it'll still be windy though. Winds gusting at 40 as we start off a low of 57 degrees. But watch this. The rain's done. It'll be partly cloudy, cooler, 68 degrees. And notice the winds. They'll be coming out of the southwest at about 10 miles an hour. And in the afternoon, they shift back out of the northwest. It'll be partly cloudy, 74 degrees, but it'll be noticeably getting drier. And that's the one thing that we're looking forward to as we start our weekend. It will be drier, but we still have to get through the next several hours.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. Earlier, state leaders holding another briefing today. The governor saying that Ian could have been a lot worse and that prayers were answered today.
We are not out of the woods. I remind people, as John Quirello just said, there's water on the roads. We've seen photographs of it that people have been sending us, the mayors and others, and it's still very dangerous. And there's still winds even where there's not much water in other parts of the state. So if you don't need to go outside in the wind right now, stay inside. If you don't need to drive anywhere, don't drive. Be careful and be smart.
Well, we begin our team coverage now in Orangeburg County. That's where we find News 19's Nijah Hood.
She joins us with the latest on what she's seeing there this evening. Nijah?
Well, Darcy, JR, let me tell you, we've been here since about 4 o'clock, and what we saw 2 hours ago is a much different story than what we are seeing now. 2 hours ago, we were seeing very heavy rains, heavy winds. It seems now things are back to normal. We're seeing cars driving up and down the road like normal. Before, officers had these roads blocked off. It was very quiet, very calm. It's seeming like Holly Hill is just another regular day again, but again, this aftermath of the storm is evident. I mean, I do want to draw your attention to the gas station we're at right now. Take a look at this gas station. It really, the story really tells itself here. Look at those shingles hanging from the roof of the gas station. Pieces of the roof scattered all across the ground here. So that really paints a picture as to how strong these winds were from Ian earlier in the day. But now, again, it seems things have calmed down significantly. We're hoping things will stay this way. We did speak to some residents in the area. They tell us, thankfully, they were safe. They lost power about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As for now, we're not sure when power will return. A few moments ago, some residents came up to me telling us that they still have lost power, so we're not sure exactly when power will be restored. But other than that, it seems the conditions have calmed down significantly, and we will continue to monitor these conditions and keep you all updated. But for now, I'm live in Holly Hill. Nijah Hood, News 19 WLTX.
In Columbia's 5 Points now, restaurants and retail businesses line the inside and outside of their storefronts with sandbags. Even the gourmet shop, which stayed open all day today, had sandbags in one area that was prone to flooding. Despite the wind and rain, residents we talked with today say they weren't intimidated too much by the weather today.
I've got a Zoom gathering with some friends later this afternoon, so I'm looking forward to that and not going anywhere else after lunching out.
And so far, no major issues have been reported in the 5 Points area.
Power outages have been a huge problem across the state, including in Sumter County.
You know, they had several hundred outages there earlier. Our Becky Buds is in the Gamecock City tonight with how they're faring with the storm. Becky?
JR, that's right. And there's still about 1,000 residents without power from the latest data that I checked. But I'm on Main Street in Sumter where power is still on. Though, like we've been saying all day, this rain and wind is just not stopping. It's certainly better than earlier. But as you can see on at this brewery right here, just water pouring down from the roof, the palm trees just really feeling the brunt of that wind. And people are choosing to stay inside. And even on the road, luckily not too much flooding as people were preparing for and expecting. Just a few inches lining the roads. But other than that, conditions are pretty good. I spoke with a couple residents who were telling me they experienced power outages earlier, but their power was restored and they did see some damage like downed trees and whatnot. But other than that, they said this is not as bad as they were expecting. So take a listen to what they had to say.
Yeah, I'm a little happy. I don't like ever seeing people lose stuff or power go out and people can't make money where they need to, so I think it's good it wasn't as bad as everybody said it was going to be. I agree.
Like I said, conditions are certainly better than earlier. We saw some downed trees and some downed power lines, but the Sumter County Sheriff's Department says other than that, not much has been happening, which is a good sign. Things were not as bad as we were expecting here in Sumter County. But I'm going to toss it back to you in studio.
Becky, thank you so much. At last check, there were about 178,000 power outages across the state. Moments ago, we heard from Dominion Energy. Their crew saying they're working very hard to restore electricity across the state, but they can only go out when the winds go down.
That's right. Utility crews can only restore that power when it's safe to do so. Santee Cooper sharing some images from Myrtle Beach of trees and power lines that are blocking Kings Highway, Highway 17 along the Grand Strand.
Our team coverage continuing now in Charleston. That's where we find Walker Lawson standing by with an update on how the storm made an impact in the Low Country.
And so, yeah, we might go live from out there.
I know, literally. Eric.
Over to King Street, where most of the businesses are. And here on King Street, as you can see, we've actually got some people out walking around. I'm not sure exactly where they're walking to because most of these businesses here on King Street are still boarded up. Some other ones have sandbags, but most of them seem to be closed and still have obviously these boards up and sandbags because conditions earlier today, guys, I mean, I can't even explain how strong the winds were. I've never felt anything like that, but the winds were whipping. We saw a lot of rain coming down, so it's good to see that people are out and about again here on King Street and people are moving after what was quite a hectic morning today. I think we saw a lot of rain in this area, and I see a lot of cars are out now as well. We also had a truck coming through here on King Street and was cleaning the streets just a couple moments ago before we went live. So it's good to see that things seem to be moving forward here in King Street in downtown Charleston. So that is what we are seeing here. I'm going to send things back to you guys in studio. Darcy and JR, back to you.
All right, thank you so much there, Walker. Dramatic video out of Garden City showing a truck driving through several feet of water. This is actually the shrimp boat. This storm, that boat washed ashore, but here's that video where we're talking about a truck driving through several feet of water, something you're advised not to do. This happened as the storm surge was rising as that storm made landfall in Georgetown today. Again, a significant storm surge on Pawleys Island this afternoon. The police department there sharing these images. The end of the island pier collapsed and started floating away. The North Causeway was completely underwater. By 3 o'clock this afternoon, the water started to recede, leaving a lot of debris on the roads there.
Also this afternoon, the Myrtle Beach Fire Department rescued 4 people who were trapped on the 2nd floor of an apartment building. That apartment located on 4th Avenue next to the Family Kingdom Amusement Park.
As we mentioned a moment ago, a shrimp boat washed ashore near William Street in Myrtle Beach. There was nobody aboard that shrimp boat. It's an extremely dangerous situation, according to police there. There's that boat again. They're telling residents in that area to not go near that shrimp boat, at least for now. Also, some video out of Georgetown taken a short time before the storm made landfall. The storm came ashore just south of Georgetown about 2 o'clock or so this afternoon.
And this video out of Garden City, that's between Myrtle Beach and Georgetown. If you're not familiar with the area, you can see debris and flooded roads. Thanks to Ashley Yost for sharing this video with us. Again, we've been getting a lot of video and pictures in from our viewers, specifically here in the Midlands. Thank you for taking that video, sending those pictures in situations where it was safe. All in all, we were spared the brunt of the storm.
Yeah, we were. If you have video or images, maybe some pictures of some trees down, pretty big trees in your neighborhood, you'd like to share them, you can do so by sending us here at News 19.
All right, don't go anywhere. We've got more News 19 at 6 after the break.